area yesterday, Steve. I didn't think it was too tight, so it must be different. The only way in and out is through the maze area. I think I'm gonna pull some fucking fences. After that, yeah, I did not have that problem yesterday.
Alright folks, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna get rolling here in just a sec. Stay on. Some music or some audible stuff going here. Alright. Still alive? Looks like you are. Welcome, welcome. Some early season snowcat stuff. I'm going to be pack grooming with one of our new hires here. He's actually sitting in front of us there, in front of me anyway. This cat. He's slow moving. I'll get my stick set here. Come on. Here it is. That was weird. Alright, here we go. Attack speed's down. Hey Steve, Isaac, cool if Frankie and I start on 8, or you want us to go over to 9 first?
There's really nothing to do on 8.
Copy. Strictly's groomed out.
You got 2 fan guns running on it. Hope you need to be re-groomed after they're shut off.
Copy. We'll head over to 9 first then. Time, once we get more snow and more of the mountain open, this whole area is going to get tilled out. This is actually a way back into town, but right now it's just a cat road. I am running a different camera today. It is a GoPro instead of the 360 camera I had last time. So hopefully the video is a bit more stable. I can't really manipulate the camera to point in a different direction. It's just locked in where it is right now. But anyway, it's not bad. Hopefully y'all can kind of see what's going on here. Done, go down first so we can have some clearance going downhill. Don't want to run into them coming down this, it's pretty steep. Upper one or the middle one? There's two of those kind of vertical toggle switches. Let's see, one on the upper right. There you go.
Thank you. Max, you might repeat that first part of whatever you just said was all broken up.
Oh, he's got it. He's moving. Frank, you'll be on the left dropping here. Just give me plenty of space here, just so we don't slide into each other. Like I said, just double tap your tiller lock it behind you, or if you feel like you need to and you feel like your cat's sliding a tad bit, you can kick it to your right side uphill a little bit.
And the tiller lock is indicated by being all yellow with the two arrows pointed inward, right?
That is correct. It should be the bottom of your joystick. You got that horizontal toggle switch. It should be the button just above that. Double tap that. It should lock and straight behind you. And then you can use your manual side to side. That's that horizontal toggle to move it in a direction you need to.
On it. Thank you. That goes through the maze area, siege area here. You can get on that and then go below the load here.
Copy that. Frankie, don't forget to unlock your tiller when you make the turn there. Do the bottom under, the button under your manual control.
Copy that.
Side once you pass each here and we're in Sawmill.
Copy that.
So yeah, Frankie is one of our new operators. Just kind of walking him through some stuff here because doing stuff in a snowcat is kind of stressful when you first do it. I remember being super stressed when I first started doing stuff. It is a lot of fun, but just operating a snowcat in general can be stressful. So I'm just walking them through, getting around some areas. Oh, excuse me. Lemon Lime Sprite, it's pretty good. But walking them through areas, just getting them used to moving the cat on his own. This is his first full shift in a snowcat, his first time riding solo. A lot of the times when we first get some new new operators. We'll actually let them or have them ride along with a couple more experienced operators for a while, and then we'll get some stick time. Usually a few hours every so often during the night. And then once they get there, enough confidence and enough training or enough time in there, we'll get them in a machine by themselves, but we'll still go slow with them. Just, you know, showing them or letting them kind of get used to moving a cat around, because especially the cats we use, it's not like operating like a normal car, because I do not have a steering wheel right here. I'm using 2 levers in my left hand to basically move the cat around, and this one in my right is for the food. So that's takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's a bit of fun once you get used to the controls. These are just amazing machines. I absolutely love running them. Stressful when I first started too were just tight spots, like cat-wide spots that are just barely enough to get your snowcat in. They can be extremely stressful, especially since you really just become, you really appreciate just how wide these machines are once you first start running them, especially these 600s. They're about, I think it's 12 or 16. Blade. But that being said, like I can see off the driver's side pretty well. Passenger side just you can't really see off that side too well. So just getting used to just how big the machine is a big part of that. And especially when you start backing up, getting used to knowing kind of where your tiller is and not running into anything with your tiller is another big thing too, because those tillers cost quite a bit to maintain and repair. Once again, folks, if you are watching, I can't see any live comments, but feel free to leave comments. I will take a look at them once I get done with this and I'm able to actually view the comments a little bit better. But hopefully I can run the stream for a bit longer tonight. I got some extra batteries. My camera's actually hooked up to a battery right now, so hopefully it starts pulling off that battery here soon. If not, I'll do my best to try and fiddle with that. Last shift, and there was something funky going over with my tiller, so I was just leaving like faint marks from my grousers all night. It was kind of a pain in the butt. But then again, it's also 24 degrees right now, with days kind of getting up into like the high 40s, low 50s. tires right now. I'm just trying to smooth out an entry or access point to a parking lot. It's kind of one of the easier backups that can happen around here, but at the same time, you don't want to go too far back or you're going to basically drop your tiller on asphalt, and that's no good. You don't really want to do that. There's also a sign right there. Little faults here and there. We just haven't had enough snow in some spots, or it's very thin coverage in a lot of spots currently. So I know that, especially on like social media and whatnot, people are saying that a lot of stuff here in Colorado is open, but it's super thin. Like, spots so thin that I'm very cautious with my blade. Like little, like probably just like a couple inches deep, and if your blade catches through that, you're on dirt, you're kicking up rocks, and that's no good for anybody. Another good storm of natural snow to actually be able to open a lot more stuff, but you know, it is what it is. It's middle of November, so we don't have a ton of good snow. I'm hoping that through December next month, and definitely into February, or January and February, we get a couple good storms here so that we can get some good snow on the ground, back in some natural areas. But you know, it is what it is. there does collect snow and kind of move it around, so we just don't want to tear stuff down to dirt, because dirt is not good on a ski slope. It'll help. It'll just
Steve, crosscut's gonna be all good to go. There's one little blemish out in the middle, just like someone's tiller moved just barely. Left a little mark. It's on the 2 piston pulley passes right down the middle if you want to drop that when you head this way.
But we don't want to do that because the dirt will get warm up throughout the day and it'll just keep heating up and melting snow.
Should be all good to go. Got it all groomed out, picked up all the bear
Where the natural is. It might have been a natural tap there. Okay. Okay, Don, it looked like they pulled majority of the fences out of the teaching areas on 9 there. The only fence I really saw up was the one down by the camel platter and then the perimeter fence around the beaver bowl.
Copy that, Max.
There's a bit of dirt right there. You can tell from the passes. Yeah, this is man-made right here. We're on the edge of it. Yeah, I'm about on the edge of it right now. Cool. I will say it is kind of hard to see just because we've been working this area quite a bit the past few days and trying to blend the man-made into the natural, or basically trying to give it like a smooth edge so you don't come up to it and all of a sudden there's just a whole bunch of chunder balls and little cookies of stuff there. Especially since this is kind of one of our low mountain green beginner zones. It's got a very nice gentle slope to it. Let's see how much of a slope it actually has. Where I'm sitting right now, it's about a 4-degree slope, and that changes. It's not a super steep run, but it's enough of a downhill gradient where you can pick up some speed if you want to, but you still have a nice kind of
Be at 9 for a second.
gentle slope, just letting beginners do their thing. Beginners learn to ski or snowboard, and help build other confidence and other skills. It also means it's a great area for new operators to get used to the machines. I know I spent quite a few hours on this area when I first started. It's nice and open. There is some lift towers kind of over here on our right a little bit. There are some snow guns blowing over there, but other than that, this is a really awesome open area to learn both ski and snowboard skills as well as operate a snowcat. It's nothing too crazy. It's a really nice little area. That being said, there's only so much we can do with man-made snow in here. Like I said, there is a gun line and some hydrants over here. There's some fan guns blowing. But the natural or the man-made snow we had, there was just only so far we could go with it, so we covered what we could, letting Mother Nature fill in the rest of it. It is what it is. Tracks you see in front of me here are from a haul cat. Basically, we call them restaurant cats. They're just taking food out and supplies out to the restaurants around the area. I'm a natural, oopsies. But the downside to it is they carry a really big cage on their back just for hauling food around, and so they don't really have until they can't clean up after themselves. So that kind of falls to my crew and me trying to cover up their tracks here just so that nobody hurts themselves on these cat tracks, because they are pretty terrible to ski on. Cat tracks are not very comfortable to ski on. snow kind of looks fluffy when you first see them, and it might be fluffy if like it was a fresh cat track, but if they sit there for long enough, it firms up, and it's just it's up, not. Excuse me, holy crap! Banana or Sprite burp there. But they're not fun to ski on at all. There's the edge of our pack out. Working a little bit better than yesterday, which is nice.
Nice spot right here.
Yeah, copy that. I'm just trying to stay on our man-made snow right now. Copy that. You definitely notice the tight spots for sure. That should be right there. Getting hard to see where the edge of the man-made is. We did a good job blending it in these past few days, so it's trying to run off my memory.
You know what, Steve? Guess what they roped off over here now, where the guns are still running, where we're supposed to keep making it wider. Where at? Creek, in the gully, on the skier's right side. Got fan guns pointed right at it, blowing. So we can keep filling it in, but they put a rope line up.
Off the man-made a little bit. It's gonna work as it is, guys.
Well, this is the last time I groom a teacher without them pulling ropes. I will never ever do this again. Copy that. I mean, that's basically what I did yesterday. Didn't do what we were supposed to because other people didn't, but it's still our fault. adjustment so the seat can go up and down? I can go forward and back, but I was wondering if there's an up and down.
There should be some levers on your left side down by the base of the seat, Frankie. It's all like air and hydraulic.
Frankie, it's one of those, I don't know exactly, but it is air. It sounds like a little air compressor pumping up your seat. If you pull it like up with your finger, it'll make it, and then you can push it down and like let the air out of your seat. Thanks, guys.
like for me anyway. Camera seems to be doing pretty good still, that's good. Coverage on some other runs. Simplicity's sake, say it's just me out here working this run, and so I'll do an up pass and a down pass, and I only have 2 passes on that run. Where we put 2 cats like we've got right now. We've got me, and you've got our new hire Frankie behind me right now. We're doing an up pass, we're doing a down pass. Now that's 4 passes, the amount of time it took 1 cat to do 2 passes. And so you can kind of see how that kind of compounds on itself, so you get more cats in a pack. And on some runs, like if we have like 6 cats in a pack, we can do an up and a down. And if it's all clean behind us, so nice clean, skier safe, there's nothing too crazy going on with the passes, we can call it done. We can be done with the run within like 30, 45 minutes sometimes. Then we can move on to another run and keep moving. And that's it's been quite nice, especially on days where we've got a lot of the mountain open and we got a lot of terrain to cover, because there's a lot of acreage out here. There's been some nights, especially like last year, where I was hitting over or close to 100 acres done a night, which is, in my mind, pretty incredible. I don't know how a lot of the other, if there are any other snowcat operators watching this, I don't know what, how y'all do with your acreage or whatnot. I know those numbers because this machine is actually tracked. I have the company I work for puts some kind of tracking stuff in here, so I know like how many acres I've done. They know they kind of track where I've been on the mountain. They track the amount of time the engine's been on. They track how much time the engine's been on, the track's been rolling, how much time the engine's been on, the track's been rolling, and the tiller's been on. They do a lot of stuff. They can even tell you, they can even say if a cat has been going forward or back a lot. They can tell if a cat has come to like a really hard stop sometimes and I had to back up real quick. They track fuel usage. There's a lot of crazy stuff they can track on these systems. It's pretty incredible. It's all run through a piston bullet program and software called snowcat. You all might be familiar with it if you watch other channels. They might see another screen over here with a little bit like a radar depth gauge. I don't have that. My depth gauge is the blade. If I hit ground with the blade, I know I'm too deep. But other than that, you know, the tracking software is pretty nifty. Copy that. Let me come back towards you a little bit.
Very bottom of the joystick, the very bottom roller in the center. Just scroll that up and that's your tiller speed. On it, Steve. Thank you. Looking good. My groom wasn't looking very good, and I started looking at my settings and noticed that. Thanks, guys. And Max, just curious, how much down pressure you giving it? Like 40, 60, what you got there?
I'm running at the moment around 60. I tend to run a little lighter sometimes, but right now on Silverthorn I'm not really blading too much.
getting used to settings and getting used to stuff. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, copy that, Frankie. And sometimes, too, it's different settings between machines sometimes, too, even if it's the same model of machine.
Copy that.
Yeah, there's a lot of bugs.
Yeah, much prettier. Loving it.
Copy that, man. Good thing you noticed there's been a few operators, myself included, who have not noticed that for a while and trying to figure out why the pass is coming up kind of crappy. How fast the cutter bar is spinning. There's tiller depth, how far down your cutter bar is cutting into the ground. There's down pressure, so like how much your machine is actually forcing the tiller down onto the ground. And there's also another thing in there called the tiller flap, or a lot of the other operators might call it the tiller chamber. Just kind of like how long the tiller will hold on to snow. We can open or close it depending on what kind of terminology you like to call or like to say. It'll either allow the snow to just pass right through the tiller, or it'll stay in the chamber a little bit and get ground up and chopped up a bit more. Like I kind of said too, it depends on the machine sometimes. You can kind of run similar settings across similar models of machines, but just depending on the use of the machine, how the other operators use it, the wear and tear on the machine, it all depends on like the settings you use. Later in the season, once we get some better snow, I'll actually run less on my tiller down pressure. Like I said to Frankie, I'm running a little bit more pressure on my tiller right now just because it is kind of soft, but I could probably bump this up a little bit lighter. Probably wondering why that really matters. Well, it kind of matters a little bit, all depending on the snow conditions. Pull my cutter bar up too a little bit, looks like. In softer snow, I run my tiller with like no down pressure. It's just sitting on the ground, which works out really well. Softer snow and the tiller with very minimal down pressures, I'm just letting the tiller kind of compress it lightly. After that, on harder pack days, I'll bring it up a little bit or push it down a little bit more. I don't go crazy with it just because if you put too much pressure on your tiller, you can turn areas just into really hard areas to groom out again. It turns into like hard pack ice. It's not very fun.
Max, through this section, should I follow you?
No, you should be good. Just roll slow over this a little bit, let your tiller chop it up. gotten funky with your tiller. Usually it's just the tiller off. But on the screen here, if you can see this screen, it kind of shows a little model of the snowcat, and right behind it there is corridor lines coming out of the tiller. That's just an indicator of the tiller actually being on and hopefully spinning, unless there's a mechanical fault back there. It's also red too, so it's actually another indicator saying, hey, the tiller is active in a sense. There's a button here on my dash. I can hit that and it will turn the tiller off. And so even if I drop the tiller onto the ground, the tiller cutter bar won't spin at all. You want the cutter bar spinning because that's one of the 4 processes of these cats actually processing the snow. Kind of all starts up with the blade. The blade is a crucial part to this, and I'm blading really lightly right now, especially with the light coverage we have on this run. But that's the first step of really softening the snow up and getting it ready to process. Then it hits the tracks. The tracks really chop it up. That's why if you see snowcat tracks, they've got those really big grousers on there, the metal pieces that stick up quite a bit. And you can kind of see marks of it in front of me. They kind of chop up the snow a little bit more. And then it hits the tiller and the cutter bar, and the cutter bar is spinning pretty darn fast, especially if you have to put it at 100%. Mine's about 94 right now. And it'll chop it up even more, like refine it a little bit more. And then after that, it passes through the cones, we call it. That's basically what lays down the corduroy on the ground. It's just a big rubber mat. Sometimes they have weights in them, sometimes it's just heavy, and that's what lays down the corduroy. But to get to that point, you have to really process the snow and get it to a point where it's actually a bit more light and fluffy and able to be laid out nicely. So, 4 different processes of laying down corduroy. Said, talking about that, and kind of moving a snowcat around here, operating. There's a lot of going on in the cab right now. Doesn't look like there is, but there's I'm monitoring quite a few things. I always try and keep my head on a swivel too. I'm always looking at my mirrors. At least I try anyway, unless I get like really in a daze. But I'm always making sure everything is coming out the best I can make it. It's a nice little challenge I gave myself the first year. It's like, how can I improve the corduroy I'm putting down? How can I make it better? How can I make my passes better? Got on the natural right there. That's fine. And I can go from anywhere from trying to use the blade more, slightly carving down, shaving down the snow. I'm not really, whenever I blade, I'm not really trying to be a bulldozer and bulldoze the snow. When I first started out, my mentality was just using the blade to chop down the high points and kind of smooth it out a little bit, and that's the biggest thing with the blade. I mean, you'll see videos of cats with these huge rolls of snow in their blade, and they're doing things and this and there, and you know that does happen, but for the majority of the time, especially down here, you don't need that much. You don't need a huge roll of snow in your blade. It is nice to keep snow in your blade because that's what helps fill in the low spots, but you don't need like a huge amount in your blade. And every so often I can see snow kind of flip out through the grate on my blade there, and you know that just tells me I got snow in there, but it's not a huge amount. It's enough snow that it's leveling out and moving into spots where it needs to move to. What snowcats generally do anyway is just maintenance around the area. So moving snow where it needs to go and flattening runs out. This run stays flat in general, but you know it's nice to move snow around on it anyway. Or flat-ish in general. It's kind of nice to leave kind of like an organic feel to the runs. So they're kind of moving with more organically. You're not creating them perfectly flat, at least in my opinion anyway. I know there's areas where you want runs like perfectly flat, like racing or jumps in the terrain park for landings and whatnot, but
on that gentle.
Yeah, no worries, man. Just nice job not hitting the tower. It's alright.
Keeping a beautiful distance from everything.
Yeah, copy that.
Fluid on that one, way too far, but better safe.
Yeah, copy that, man. We can come back to that area and get it. No worries. That's a really bad thing. If you put a hole in a lift tower, that lift is basically non-operable until they can get that hole patched up with a weld, and then they have to get the whole thing re-inspected. So it's not a good thing hitting a tower. Like I say, if you do hit something out here, you mess up, just tell somebody. It's better to say, hey, you know, I messed up than to have it come back on you, a few days later. Everybody's trying to figure out like who did that and why weren't we told about it. People like to be told about stuff and being able to fix it before it gets too crazy. So, at least in my opinion, anyway. Myself sometimes. I've spent quite a few nights just riding into cats by myself, and talking to myself was just how I got through it. So if I start muttering and talking to myself, sorry about that. It's just what I do. just making sure that Frankie knows where I am. I've had experience being a rookie in a pack before and becoming a lost little duckling when I've lost sight of the cat in front of me. So I'm just trying to give Frankie plenty of notice of where I am right now.
Can you give me 1 second to put my e-brake on? I want to see if putting the e-brake on will allow me to raise the seat. It didn't let me raise it before.
Yeah, copy that, man. Take what time you need. If you need to open up your door so you can see those levers a bit better, too, you can. Take a drink here. There's a lot of settings you can do on your seat. These machines actually have a really amazing. I have to almost power this guy up too. But they make these machines extremely comfortable anymore, especially piston bowling. I'm not showing it off right now, but they do have like a big subwoofer under the passenger seat. You've got really amazing climate control, especially in these newer models. These seats are incredible. They are heated seats if you like heated seats. I don't use heated seats myself. I actually find it funny where they do all this stuff and yet I have my window open all the time. I'll open up the sunroof. I'll make myself uncomfortable sometimes just so I can stay awake during the shift, because I've had nights where I've been like drowsy coming down a slope and almost slightly kind of right on the tree line, and like in the back of my head there's a fear of my cat all of a sudden just kicking into the trees and I'm hitting a tree and tearing stuff up. So it was definitely scary. It's not something I want to repeat. I wonder who was the first person to do Sprite and limeade. Interesting. Find myself a snack. I don't know. I don't know my snacks. Disappeared and they bits in my bag. Oh, felt something.
Operator error. I can't get it to raise. I'm looking at all the settings and all the buttons. I don't know. The one that let it go down won't put it back up. Too low.
Copy that, Frankie. I'll come over and try and help you out.
Again?
Alright, I'll be back, folks. Man, those guns are loud. Screaming the air out of those things, man. fun to get on snowmobiles more. They're also really cool machines. But you just can't beat what the versatility of a snowcat can do sometimes. But yeah, the snow guns are loud. Extremely loud. The one I just passed over here is actually not your typical snow gun. It actually runs two hoses to it. One is just water, and the other one is high pressure air. And so, oh, my tiller. Sorry, didn't mean to curse there. My tiller was locked up. That's weird. Where did my tiller lock up? But on your more typical snow guns, if you ever wander around a mountain, you see snow guns sitting out there with the big barrels, and you might see a fan spinning in the back. There's just a power and a water hookup to those. And so you have water going into it, and then you get your fan spinning, and sometimes there's a compressor on there too, shooting out air into it, so it can aerate the water and hopefully turn it into a bit more better crystals as it comes out. There's a whole bunch of science behind snowmaking and trying to make snow. But at the same time, snow is one of those things that's never really consistent. Because you can say, yeah, it's just like frozen and broke apart water, but there's many different ways it can form, or many different ways the crystals can interact with each other. You know, how wet it can get, how dry it can get. The snow is just a very interesting substance. So there's my little thing about that. But you know, it's the snow guns out here are pretty interesting because we do have those big fan guns, we call them, and we have what's called sled guns, which was that gun we passed back there. They're small enough and light enough, and they're set on tracks so that they can actually get pulled behind a snowmobile, and so that they don't have to have a snowcat operator come in, pick the gun up on their blade and transport it elsewhere. The snowmakers can come in, disconnect what they need to off the gun, hook it up behind their snowmobile, and just tootle off with it. I've actually seen a snowmobile hauling two of those guns before, so they're pretty light and easy to move around. You just need a big compressor somewhere on the mountain so you can run airline to it, which is probably why a lot of mountains don't use them, at least in my experience of being around mountains going. They are nice though, because you can just fit them in little like spots. Cranky right here, you don't have to get too far off my pass. We can stay off that dirt for a bit.
Copy, I see it's pretty thin right there.
Yep. Up, it's nice, or especially once the cat can process it out, set it up, it comes out pretty nice. But once if you start pushing it out, it just wants to be wet, not want to do a lot of stuff. It just clings to your blade. I've actually had to pick up my blade and kind of force it downward and just kind of shake it to get snow off my blade. Probably not the best for the hydraulics, but it's kind of what I've had to do just to get snow off my blade before. Because it'll stick to your blade, and after that it just doesn't want to come off, and it kind of ruins your whole blading because you get these clumps of snow on there that sometimes it'll just be poking off the bottom, and all of a sudden you're just leaving a divot where you don't want to be leaving a divot. I actually had a chunk of ice and dirt on my blade one time last year. And so whenever I would blade, I would leave this trench behind me. I couldn't figure out what's going on. I got out and looked at my tiller, tried to figure out if there was ice hanging off my tiller, because that's what it usually is, just a piece of ice hanging on your tiller and leaves a little trench behind you. But no, it was on my blade. I didn't realize it was on my blade until I got back that night, or back in the morning anyway. And I had to take a sledgehammer to get the ice and dirt off my blade. So I was trying trying to figure out where I picked it up, but it was kind of frustrating at the same time. I was chuckling at it and frustrated about it. It's just one of those things. One of those things. We're about 5 miles an hour, so kind of, I'd say, a medium pace for these machines. The fastest I've ever gotten a snowcat going is probably 8.5 miles an hour, and it was actually on a downhill, so I actually got a little assist from gravity. But these machines don't move fast compared to some other things, like snowmobiles will outpace these things in a heartbeat. Usually the fastest I ever really go, I'm going full speed, is about 8 miles an hour, and it's nice, especially if you got to get stuff done, just full sticks, cruising around the mountain, just having fun. A lot of time you do want to kind of monitor your speed though, especially on days like today, which is nice, you know, letting Frankie get used to the sticks and the machine. We're going a little bit slower, and it actually is helping our tillers process the snow a little bit more and lay it out nicely behind us. So speed can play a big impact on your corduroy at the end of the day. Or if you go too fast, your tiller just doesn't have the chance to really process that snow up. Especially on spots like this where we had the restaurant cat or the hall cat come through and it's leaving grousers everywhere. Letting your tiller kind of slowly roll over that if you're blading, it'll help kind of smooth it out a little bit. On the contrary, if you go too fast, it probably won't smooth it out at all. So yeah, it's a bit of fun. A lot of stuff to think about.
out the stuff that I'm not getting overspray on, and then I was going to head over to the 9 teachers here in about 10 minutes, maybe 2 sets. Okay. I did what I could for now with the and I groomed it out as well, so it'll be all taken care of. Got more metal, but that's just going to be something we got to kind of work on. I think nightly just started to get a little too sugary in there for me, so I tilled it. Copy that. Have you gone up and looked at 10 Mile yet? That's why I'm going to head right now. That's why I just wanted to see where you were at, if I should grab another teacher or not, but if you're going to head this way shortly, I'll head up that way. Copy that. We'll just have to come back over and do like a retail down the platter line and where that gun's shut off. Copy that. Copy that. Yeah, I'm going to head up that way, see what's going on, and then I guess around like 4:20 when they start that gun run, I'll have them turn off the gully and we'll see what we can do.
Personally, to me, the blade is still the scariest part of this machine. At least to me, you know, you can twitch a little bit one direction or the other, and the blade can dive right into the ground. And we have a lot of snow, which is it's fine. If you can put it back together, that's fine. I just do my best to try not to make a big mess anywhere. And I say twitch any which way. This joystick in this machine. And I'm not entirely sure about the pre-NOS nowadays, but the control stick in this machine actually mimics your wrist. So everything I can do with my wrist and my hand, this thing will do. So like I can do standard controls like up and down, and you have side-to-side control as well. And then you can kind of go, depending on how level you want your blade, you can futz around with it. But at the same time, if I curl my wrist, this blade will actually curl too. The joystick is double jointed, and so that's kind of nice in a way, where I don't actually have to I don't have to hit a button to get the thing to curl. I can do multiple actions at once with the blade. It's quite nice, and it's kind of like a byproduct of trying to update machines so they don't have like a whole bunch of hydraulic lines coming into the cab of the machine. A lot of the older machines, even like the older piston bullies and pre-NOS, even some of the Gen 4 Bison X's are still like that, where they have hydraulic lines coming up into the cab, and you actually have to hit a button to actuate valves in that whole system to get everything to move. The reason they're getting rid of the hydraulic cables coming into the machine is you have like 3,000 or like 300 pounds of, not entirely remember. I don't remember how much pressure is in one of those lines, but it's a lot of pressure in one of the lines, and it's hot too. So if one of those lines were to burst, and it would come basically right under the armrest. So you can imagine a hydraulic line bursting right under here and just spilling a hot hydraulic fluid into a lap. Man, that would not be fun. And so nowadays they're going to electric joysticks. Like this one is electric, so I can do all these movements, and that's also why I can like actuate my wings at the same time. Where in the older cats, you can only actuate your wings one at a time, and the wings are basically these little flaps on the side of the blade. You can extend them all the way out. You can close them up like this, where it's like a basket. You can move snow around a little bit more. Snowcat blades are extremely awesome because of how flexible and functional they can be. You can kind of go like carry position where I have, where it's any snow I'm getting in my blade, it's just being carried along with my blade. You can open them up all the way, and so the wings can actually point backwards a little bit, and in that way you can kind of knock some snow off as you're moving. You can do all sorts of stuff with these blades. I have kind of a love-scared relationship with this blade. Like I said, the blade blade of this machine, or any snowcat machine, is still my most feared thing. So yeah. Anyway, that's a blade. So we got a snowmaker crew over here moving some guns, looks like. That's cool. That the snowmaking gun makes. That makes sense at all. It's piled up in an area and it's just called a whale. Whale of a good time. Whee! Look at the spray. Hey Frankie, you can just follow me single file. I think that's the edge of our man-made right there.
Is that getting to that thin section?
Yep. I would really love, or I'm waiting for the time where we can go tree line to tree line on this run, but unfortunately it's just not now. Like you just heard me tell Frankie maybe that we are right on the edge of our man-made snow. It's not looking good. Even looking over here, I don't know how well the camera's picking it up, but I can see dirt spots and twigs and whatnot poking through the snow. So we are right on the edge of that snowpack. Kind of the main reason that you don't go edge to edge with our man-made snow, at least here, is it's nice to kind of have this padded out area and then let Mother Nature kind of fill everything else in. Also, it's because we're kind of limited with what we have for snow. I don't know how the whole power or water usage is here, but back where I was snowmaking, we only were allowed a certain amount of gallons of water, and I'm talking like millions. It's actually quite astonishing just how many gallons a night that the snowmaking system can go through. It's quite astonishing. But we were only allowed to have, well, we only had water and power up to a certain time before they just shut it off, and that was the end of our snowmaking season. So we were kind of limited with what snowmaking, man-made snow we had. And so being a CAT operator now, it's like, well, where can we move all this man-made so that it's effective and it's in a spot where we can still have a run, and then it's easy, we can maintain it, people can ski on it, and then it's advantageous to be there and just let Mother Nature pack everything else in, or it go by this gun again. So yeah, basically we're just limited on what man-made snow we have. And so being kind of moving into critical spots is the main goal of it, really, is just to build out spots and then let Mother Nature kind of pack it in, or pack the rest of it in. So if you're wondering why you're a local resort,
Got a groom crash shooting out. Restaurant cat went in there.
yeah, copy. I can take Frankie that way, or we could leave it for a bit. There is a whale just around the side here.
Stay out of there for now, Max. I'll see what I can do.
Copy that. We're going to turn on this whale again and head downhill.
Copy that. again, just out of Silverthorne. Be fine.
Copy that. We'll just do another groom here on Silverthorne. nice during the night, especially with these colder temps. It's 22 degrees outside. I wouldn't necessarily call that cold, but having colder temps and allowing the snow guns to actually run at full capacity and able to reduce a lot of snow is just helpful. If we get in there and like early and ask the snowmakers to turn them off at midnight, well, you know, some of these guns have only run since about 4 o'clock the previous day, so they've only run for maybe 8 hours. If you get a gun set running for like 16-ish hours, you know, from 4 o'clock to 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, whatever, 12-ish hours, I guess. If you let a gun run for that long, it gives you a nice big pile of snow, especially if the weather's cold enough. It can run at full power. And I say that snowmakers are really looking at, you know, the air temperature, the outside temperature, and that kind of really limits them, and that kind of makes them decide on how much snow they can actually, or how much water they can actually pump through one of the guns. And there's a whole lot of process to it, but if you get a cold night, you can definitely ramp up your snow production. That is for sure. Like I said, I wouldn't really call it 22 degrees really that cold, especially for making snow. Everybody knows that, you know, water freezes at 32 degrees, or at least starts freezing at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Don't ask me what that is in Celsius. I don't know. Or 0 degrees Celsius? Whatever. I'm American. I'll claim the fault of the imperial system. Anyway, snow will start freezing at about 32 degrees Fahrenheit, but at the same time, it takes quite a bit longer for it actually to, if you get colder temperatures, the snow will freeze quicker, if that makes sense. Actually makes sense. Frankie, you can cross over to my left side. Let's get through the narrows.
That was probably one of my cleanest follow passes. Just like, it's obviously easier to keep that, follow your line when following on the right side, obviously.
Yeah, copy that. That following pass on the left is definitely different, but you know, give it some time, man, you'll get it. You're looking pretty good tonight, man. Great.
On the left side, I've been setting the blade at a certain height and then keeping your line at a certain point on the blade, and then I'm able to keep that side clean and the perfect distance on that side. And it's just all about getting really used to this left hand dexterity, you know, and yeah.
Yeah, copy that, man. Yeah, the blade is a great tool to use for lining up your pass rate. It's awesome, man. find myself kind of suffering from as a cat driver is dehydration while doing nothing. So I've got 2 water bottles. This one's filled with a caffeine mixture, which keeps me going. That's a strong one today too. Ooh. Basically just going to retail this area. It's 2:30 in the morning. 2:37 to be exact, I guess, just where I am. So, yeah. I'm going to retail this a little bit. And that's only because the guns are going to be running for a while longer, and there's only one other run that we need to till out. At least my shift's in charge of tilling out. Not a terrible amount of stuff going on. There are 2 other operators on the hill. You saw one of them, Dylan, and then Steve's on the other side of the mountain right now doing some stuff over there. He should be over here in this area at some point in time. But yeah, if they ever call for a till, we'll go help them out. But yeah, I'm just letting Frankie get some time on the sticks. It's always nice. Frankie here in the narrows. You can move over to my left side.
Like every pass we do, our quarter it looks better and better.
Yeah, copy that, man. We're just gonna retail this one, kind of going backwards from our first pattern. Definitely, the more you till an area, the better it looks. Processing the snow, breaking it up, so you can kind of like imagine if you're chipping ice out of an area, the more you chip it and stir it up and knock it around, the softer it gets, the more broken up it gets. Similar process, or same process with the snow. We're just breaking it up, making it softer, and the softer it is, the better it tills out.
Yeah. Turns into a puddle again the next day.
is you hit a shady area and all of a sudden you just stop dead and you just go down the hill. I really don't enjoy doing that. Or vice versa, you know, you go from the shady into the slush and you almost stop dead, and I've almost face planted a couple times doing it that way. snowcats usually run a little slow at the start. By the end of it, you got more confidence. You're moving around a little bit faster. It is interesting. My job is basically just sitting here in a chair, which is similar to my very first job ever, which was lifeguard. But I prefer this. Still doing it. have a good example of it tonight. You know, some of the softer stuff like that is coming out of the gun. But you can almost think on a powder night you're going to have a lot more snow going into your tiller depending on how much snow is getting dropped. And you can overload your tiller pretty easily. And so having a bit more of an overlap on the pass just helps your tiller from overloading too much. Keeping your clean side cleaner and not kicking as much stuff on your clean side. Don't want to be hitting snow guns, that's for sure.
Okay, Max, you said on your left or right? I didn't hear that part.
That's because I didn't say it, but right side, please.
You got it. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're good. I just didn't say. Feel free to ask questions if you're ever confused. It's fine, man. But as for like big projects like resetting grades or moving snow around, there are operators who'll take care of that. That's kind of their gig. That's what they want to do. So I'll leave that to them, and I'll just worry about kind of getting stuff tilled out. But yeah, it does take quite a bit of patience because you're trying to coordinate anywhere from 3 to 7 other cats sometimes, and just trying to get all those operators to work out well together. It takes a bit, that is for sure. Especially during the night here, because everybody gets tired, and so like some people might get snippy with you. It is what it is. It's a graveyard shift. I'm sure I've definitely gotten snippy before. I will be honest with that. But yeah, the pack takes quite a bit of patience to work with. And I'm really excited, being able to live stream this for you folks and kind of I'm looking forward just to show you kind of the power of the pack. I like to say when you get a pack at least like 6, I mean anywhere from like 4 to 8, or it's just awesome. You can get stuff done really quickly, and it's just amazing to see how far down or how many passes into a ski run you can get, and like how fast, like how efficient once you get like all the operators up to speed, or up to a certain speed anyway. Because off some more new operators coming in this year. The place I work at is really nice about saying, hey, you don't have any snowcat experience? No worries, come on over. We'll show you the sticks, quite literally. And it's been nice. Was trying to be a snowcat operator for like 5 years before I got hired here. So it's my 3rd year here. 5 years before that, I was trying to be a snowcat operator. All the places I was applying at were like, hey, we kind of prefer you to have experience, but at the same time, how do I get experience being a snowcat operator? So there was that whole loop of, we prefer somebody with experience, you don't have experience, we're not going to hire you, so how do I get the experience? And so that's why, one of the reasons I'm actually kind of grateful to the area I work at right now. Yeah. That being said, there are, just like any job, there are folk who come in here and kind of learn quickly that, maybe snowcat operating is not your kind of work. This definitely takes, especially being a graveyard operator, it takes a certain type of person. Just going home, not till it. Browsers everywhere again. I guess I'm just being picky about it, I don't know. It's coming out pretty nice. Especially retail in this area. It is what it is. You guys need a blade more. Yeah. I actually need to drop my blade and blade a little bit. Even though I said it was thin around here, it is thin. And realistically, this is skier safe. It's not the prettiest skier safe out there, but it's skier safe, and that's the biggest thing that we go for. I have something I keep in my head. It's just like it's nice to get everything like Zen garden kind of shaped out here. All the line, like all the corridor matching up. You got these nice like smooth passes around trees, but at the same time, I wouldn't worry about putting like my grandma in this area. I'd be more worried about the pitch of the slope than I am the corduroy here. And realistically, within the first hour of this carry opening up, most of this corduroy is going to be gone anyway, so it is what it is. As long as there's no big holes or divots in here, that's the main thing. Having nice Zen garden lines out here, that's just the sugar on top. Although I always try and strive for that, but sometimes it just doesn't work out so well. Closing in on 2.5 hours so far. Phone is at 40%-ish. I'll just start charging my phone here soon. Probably doesn't help, I'm also listening to music at the same time. Since this stream is going on YouTube, that's why I'm not playing music over the radio. I've got it in my ear, at least on the other side anyway. Because, I don't know, at some point in time, I might do something else. I just don't want the stream taken down because of copyright music. I don't know if they do that or not, but YouTube being weird sometimes. foxes are following the tracks left by the
Dylan, you got a copy?
restaurant cat or the hall cat. That's because the hall cat sometimes drops food.
Hey, Steve. Hey, did you hear what time they're gonna shut this gun off on Shriggies? No, but I wouldn't imagine till after 4 or something. But if you want to shut it down and just clean that up before you come over here, I don't think that's a big deal. We can call them and have them turn it off. They can turn it off so we can be done with PK. Went ahead and kind of knocked it down and put a tilt through it. It's kind of wettish and soggy, wetter than I like it there. But I figured I'd come over and do teachers and then cruise back over. It'll be about, you know, maybe 6 passes to just retill over the overspray and whatever they make. Copy that. Copy that. We'll do a little bit of work over here, so I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. That's fine, but I'm gonna have to get them to move those guns in the Super Connect maze. They turned them like Dusty wanted, so they're actually blown in the maze. So we're gonna have to deal with that in the gully. But that's basically it. I got 30 more feet behind the restaurant here, and I'll have connected into my south side road, and then I'm gonna go back up top and farm some more down towards the trash chute, see if I can't get past this dirty spot. But they'll have a road here shortly. I'm headed down Seagrass right now. I'll jump in, get the teachers knocked out. I'm gonna jump on 9, make sure that that gun gets turned off. Yeah, copy that.
Frankie, you can cross over to my right side here.
Hey, copy. Hang on, 7. What was that for me? We're just back on 7. I've got a 5 o'clock, 5:30 shut off for that Shriggies gun. Either I can head back over there, or Max and Frankie can head over there and just put a till on it. It should be fine. Copy that, Steve. Did you say anything about these guns in the gully? What time they would shut them down, or did you not even ask? I didn't even ask. I figured they knew what they were doing. Yeah, copy that. I'll call them around 4:20 or so when they're at that next gun running. Just make sure that they get shut down.
You can cross over to my left side, Frankie. yes, we do actually. There's a cat road that goes all the way up there. It's just so that the lift mechanics, we till it passed all the way up to the top, just so that the lift mechanics can actually get to the top of the lift that's way up there. So they don't have a hard time getting up there. It is, you're way up there above tree line, kind of on a ridge line. It's beautiful. The only time I've been all the way up there, I think, was last season in a whiteout, and I could only follow a rope line on the way up. It was pretty darn scary, actually. I'm talking about pucker factors. Like I knew there was a drop there somewhere, and so I was sticking to a rope line all the way. Like I did not know where the drop was. It was completely wiped. And so flat and light too that the snow drifts. I ran into a couple of drifts up there. They were dense enough, thick enough that my cat did not want to drive through them, even with the blade on the ground, knocking snow out of the way. I got to these drifts, and the cat just stalled out right going through a drift. I was like, holy crap, that's a big drift right there. But yeah, I'm hoping to show you guys that. It's really pretty up top when the line isn't as flat. At some point in time, we'll get up there. Right now, though, it's not an open area, and there's no need for us to go up there, so I'm not going up there. I'm doing what I need to do down here, and maybe around 4 or 5-ish. Hopefully move some snow around, we'll see. I know it's kind of lame that I'm just doing this in a certain area, but it's giving Frankie some time on the sticks, and we're making this area look nice. I take a lot of pride in like having the lifts open, and the first few people in the chairs, whether it be like the lift operators, the ski patrol, whatever, them just looking down at these areas that I've been through, and just like, yeah, that's a nice looking corduroy down there. I take a lot of pride in that. Even if it is only for like an hour or two during the day, people can see the corduroy and go, yeah, that's a nice corduroy there. But yeah, maybe that's just me. will say it is a really nice night tonight. Clear skies. If it wasn't washed out by the lights of the cat, you can see the stars tonight. It's beautiful out. Always like nights like tonight. Just wish it was a little bit better with grooming conditions, but it is what it is. I've annoyed a lot of people by pointing out things behind me, especially like I said, I was talking to Frankie about putting his tiller down. Like I said before, I use my mirrors a lot. I'm always looking at my mirrors, so I catch stuff sometimes. It's just like, can't believe that other operator didn't catch that. It is nice to stop and get out and stretch a little bit. I don't, when the area is all the way open, I don't stop a ton. That's because I like to keep moving. But since we don't have a lot going on right now, you know, it's fine to stop for a bit. There's only one other run we got to do. It's on kind of back towards the shop area. It's an easy run to get done. We got 4 hours basically to do that one, 3 hours I guess really. And yeah, there's a couple little like side connecting trails that we'll have to get done too, but they're tiny. Like by the time that Frankie and I make one pass through there, at least on one of them, they'll be done. So they're not terrible. It's just early season, kind of a slow time depending on what you're doing. A lot of the time you get done with the, you know, the grooming maintenance and whatnot, and it's just you get to the time period of the hurry up and wait to do anything else because they got the guns running. And like I said before, we're trying to wait for those guns to build up a pretty good amount of snow. Temperature, if my cat is correct, is coming up though. It's 25 degrees now, which definitely getting warmer. What did I do with my granola bars? Put some granola bars in there, I thought. Put them over here. Hey, they're there. Granola bar. Alright, I'm gonna borrow this cord for a sec here. Oops, sorry about that. Plug it in my phone so my phone can get some power. Peanut butter jelly sandwiches, but I don't think I might eat one after the shift's done. I'm always hungry after the shift's done. I don't know why. nice. I can actually choose music with this camera in app. My other camera didn't allow me to exit out of the software I was using, so that was kind of annoying. But then again, two different camera manufacturers running two different app softwares. And yeah, this one's still going. Like I said, just changed my music and this one is still recording. Nice. Quite nice. Of course. Spotify had to roll an ad right there. That's alright. I like having that. It's kind of like listening to the radio, except the ads repeat more. Anyway. Okay. Guess we'll get rolling. throttle set. So all this is just the engine is at about 1300 RPMs. And the speed is actually governed by the track speed. So basically, the engine is powering like 2 or 3 hydraulic pumps in this cat. I think there's only 2. No, there's 3, I think. I don't remember. But the engine is just the power bank for the hydraulic pumps, excuse me. And the pumps power everything else, from the blade to the tiller to the tracks. It's all hydraulic in this cat. And that's why if you can actually watch some snowcats actually do like a full 360 sitting in a spot. Basically, each track can move independent, and the 2 levers I've got on my left side at the moment, my left hand anyway, one lever controls the left track, the other lever controls the right track. That's left, that's right. But yeah. And then, that being said, there is a little speed solenoid, or track speed solenoid anyway. You can have it set for a certain spot. So like if I'm full stick forward at the moment, I'm maxing out at like 6 to 6.1 miles an hour. If I have the speed solenoid all the way open, this thing will max out at around 8. And so it's kind of nice in a way where you have multiple ways of setting and choosing how fast you can get your cat going. If you're one of those folks that you want to be like sticks forward all the time, you can set your track speed so that you're maxed out at like 6 or like 5 or 6 miles an hour. If you're one of the folks who you want to kind of a bit more like finicky about like where exactly you want your speed to be, you can leave the track speed solenoid all the way open, and so like at full stick you're at 8 miles an hour, but you can have all those in between, so like you can kind of finesse your way through all that stuff. That's also why I can kind of go like hands-free driving at the moment. I'm not really worried about hitting anything. My blade's off the ground anyways. That being said, there is no brake in this machine. There is a parking brake, but the sticks in this machine, you're either telling the tracks to go forward, you're telling the tracks that you don't want any power, which they just sit there freely, or you're telling the tracks that you're going backwards. So basically, there's a forward, reverse, and a neutral, and that's it. If you're in a pre-knoth, they do have you bring your sticks in the neutral, they do kind of have a parking brake. And so if you're on a slight, if you're on a steeper incline, you can actually set the machine will actually kind of stop itself. If you're on a steeper slope with one of these, a piston bullet anyway, I find you kind of have to pull the sticks kind of a little bit back into reverse for the machine to hold its position on the hill. If you just tell them to be in neutral, the effect of gravity will slowly churn the tracks down or slowly lower the machine downhill. So, yeah, it is what it is. Stay on my left side, Frankie.
Copy.
Anyway, that's just a little fun fact about the snowcat. I've never actually been in one with a yoke, so I couldn't really tell you what the...
I put my spotlight right where I need to be when I'm on your left to have a better alignment with you, and it seems to be helping on that last pass.
Yeah, copy that, man. Everybody's got their own little process, but that sounds fantastic to me. I've never actually been in a yoke machine, one that's actually kind of got like a steering yoke. It's not a steering wheel, it's a yoke. I know they're popular out in Europe, and I've seen some video of one down in Australia. There's another channel out there, it's called Push and Pow. It's P-U-S-H apostrophe or hyphen NPOW. Really cool fella. He does shorter videos. We all kind of do our own thing as, you know, creators and whatnot. I always thought it'd be pretty cool to live stream from a cat, so that's what I do now. At least I'm going to try and do that anyway. But now he's a winch cat operator. I think he's originally New Zealand, but he's gotten around. I think he was, the first videos I ever saw from him, he was out in like Sweden or somewhere like that, but now he's down in Australia. Seems like a pretty cool little job. I never realized they had ski areas in Australia. But now he's a snowcat operator down there. Now he runs, depending on what he's doing, I think he runs a piston bully 400 winch with a yoke in it. At least he's got a few videos of it. The 400s are really cool machines too. They're a lot lighter than the 600s. I've never operated a winch machine, but I really do the 400. 400s are really cool machines. I like them. Frankie crossover on my right side.
Copy.
The area.
Hey, Frankie, where you guys stopped, you left bear tracks out in the middle of the run. It's all groomed, so just keep in mind when you stop like that, it's always good to back up 5 feet or so before you start headed back downhill. Make sure you leave everything clean behind you. Copy that, Dylan.
This area that I work at used to have a couple 400s. They got old, and the mechanics didn't really like working on them too much. They were kind of, they were made after 2011, so they did have the diff or the AdBlue, depending on where you are in the world. They did have that feature, but they were old enough that they still had hydraulic hoses coming through the armrest, and you had a whole bunch of buttons on. Well, not a whole bunch. You had like 3 or 4 buttons on the joystick to move the blade around. Oh, excuse me. Other than that, I really enjoyed those machines. They were lightweight, didn't have as much power as the 600s do. They're not as powerful as the 600, but they're definitely lighter.
Max, you can start going back up to the top of the 10 mile there, wherever you want. Just don't loop around it. All that stuff's really soft. I'm going to let it set up for a second before I till it.
Copy that, Dylan. I was going to ask, can we get down Kingsway in the gully, or is it just blasted with guns right now?
You can, but yeah, those guns are on. And it's, I mean, you can go down there if you want, but you're going to lift your tiller once you kind of probably get down to the super connect.
Copy. But yeah, the 400s are nice machines. I like to get back to one of those again. Although the newer 400s is set up a bit more like this. For a while there, Piston Goalie had several different configurations for the cab area, at least the controls anyway. And I think they're trying to standardize it now. So like, in the 400s in general, there were like 3 different configurations you had there. You had the standard 400, I'll say that you had the standard 400, and you had the 400 Park Pro, which had a different joystick in it, and you had the 400 Park Pro Winch, which had another joystick in it. And I think it got to the point of like a lot of the parts going different ways. And I think they're trying to standardize it a little bit. So I've seen photos of the newer 400s. When you look in the cab, it's basically laid out just like this, which is, I like this configuration, it's nice. Not only that, but you have like all this control movement with the joystick anyway, so. cats too. There's some buttons on this joystick and such that have no function in this cat, but once you get it into a winch cat, there's functions in that for that.
Hey Max, why was it gross in that last section to your left?
It could be a couple of reasons. Maybe it just got cold and set up again. How's your tiller? All the functions working on your tiller right now?
Yeah, looking good. How much cutter bar pressure do you have?
My cutter bar depth right now is around 55. I generally keep it around 50, maybe 55 throughout the season anyway. But yeah, my cutter bar speed is about 95.
Copy that. I got about the same setting. Just curious.
It is definitely one of those things, man. Play around with some of these settings, you can definitely get a feeling of like what happens, why it happens. Like if you slow the cutter bar down, you know, it kind of looks weird. If you have too much down pressure on your tiller, it comes out all right, but maybe sets up a little too hard. If you have too much up pressure on there, it definitely looks a little weird sometimes. But yeah, if you want to play around with your settings, feel free. After this and some other small stuff, we just got to get trick bees retilled out. So if you want to play around with it, feel free.
Fun, thanks Max. I forgot the controls for the snow chamber. I wanted to like open it up and close it up just to play with that, but I forgot the settings for that one.
So there are the two buttons down by your manual side to side. There should be on the left side of your joystick in like a little grayed off area. One is up above, one's below. That should be your chamber settings. One thing is nice about having everything on the joystick is you can just I can move my thumb around and get to everything. Like I was just talking to Frankie about, like the settings and playing around with stuff. On the some of the older cats, you had to take your hand fully off the joystick to hit buttons that were like right here, which were once you kind of got used to like what area they were in, you can kind of hit it blindly. Or if you put like a little like dot or like some sort of like mark on there, you can kind of feel out with your fingers and your thumbs. You can figure it out where it was. But it did take your hand off the. It did basically mean that you had to take your hand away from the blade, and that could put you in situations where you probably should. You probably want to pay more attention to the blade than anything else. But yeah, it is nice that everything's on the joystick right now. So like I get my wipers going. There's my front wiper. I have back wipers there. I can get hit. Everything else is on there. That being said, I do have controls for my wiper blades over here too if I want to set them for like an auto function. Watching. We're going to keep streaming here. Try and get at least 5 hours. We'll see how that goes. Camera doing.
connected with one more blade here. And so whatever's on Silverthorn, I won't make any more of a mess out this way.
Copy that. Just making sure can we go all the way around the restaurant, or you want us to stay out of there and just do turns up by the solo tree up there?
Yeah, if you just do turns by the tree for now, that would be sweet. I just want to let it set up a little bit. After a bit, you could probably drive through there, but some of it's thin, so I want it to freeze before we go through there with our tillers, or at least set up a little bit.
Copy that. I was just making sure. Okay. I kill my lights out of courtesy when there's another cat around, especially when another one's backing up, because the lights on these snowcats are really freaking bright. behind your tiller, then your tiller is off. But it's also good to notice if you look behind you. I've done the entire American lap, lower American lap with my tiller off before the grid.
I have that on these big jugs.
It's funny because I kept looking behind me, just above Ballet Hill right there, thinking it doesn't look as good as the last one. And I looked at the screen and it looked like everything was on, and now I can see what you're talking about too, about how the lines behind it.
Yeah, there should be a little red light on that gear, but either of those two will indicate if your tiller is on or off. But just glancing at your screen once in a while is always a good thing too. Just, is the tiller on? Does the screen say the tiller's on, or is it off? I don't know.
My awesome trainer taught me to always push that button with the gear on it, with the red light, after I turn the parking brake off. I just get used to things.
Yeah, copy that.
It's kind of a double-edged sword. I'm excited to be solo, but at the same time, I miss Novo.
7. sketchy getting over them, they said, but it is only Bonanza, so it's cashier up to be cut off over to Bonanza and up. So it's going to get to everything, like which whales and how do we get to them? Well, if it was me, if I was gonna go up there, I would just follow the gun line because we are making snow, so it's probably not gonna be able to connect wheels. And then I would just round a couple of the bigger ones off. I would imagine as you go up, as you get higher, that's where you're gonna find them. But these is also only if we have time. So. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at the gully, see what we can do down there. Copy that. Make sure all of our grooming and everything is all tied up before we go and do that. public ski around it, so I would imagine they'll be happy, but yeah, like you said, it's about all you can do.
Irritated from looking at the bright lights all the time. What I need to do, what I want to do, is find some glasses with some yellow lenses on them for the spring. When you're driving around and the sun is up at like 5:30 and you're just getting blinded because it is flat and you're like, where is the Till Pass? I know there's a Till Pass out here somewhere.
You know, when are they turning all this stuff off down here at the gully and the Super Connect? That's going to take a while to get all this stuff cleaned up for opening. They should be on their way, Steve, to do all that right now.
Grab a sandwich.
Load boards, did you see that fence over there by the gully? Are we just supposed to bury that fence? I don't know. I'm about to be there. I'm almost at the top of Kingsway. You can show me. I don't know exactly what we're talking about. I thought we were supposed to widen out to these posts, but if we do that, we're going to bury a fence down there. Copy. Did they like a fence that they put up yesterday? To protect people from falling in the creek or something. Yeah, copy that.
Just making sure the battery's gonna last here. Got my sandwiches. squish peanut butter and jelly.
I think the rope line that got put up down there on the creek, you know, that really keeps them from falling in. That rope line. We're roped off. I guess we just make it super thick in between the ropes and then deal with spreading it on another day. Yeah, I guess so. That's like to make their job easier. Our job is twice as hard. And then, yeah, I don't know. We're not gonna see Dave, so I can't talk to him about it again, but. Goes back to the point where he goes, you gotta think about the next guy you should have helped snowmaking out. It's like, well, does anybody think about the next guy that works here during the day? Because how about the next guy that's supposed to make the trail, but now we have ropes on the edge of it.
Sorry about that. You guys are kind of hearing a bit of frustration and tension there. It's been a interesting start of the season so far.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either bury it or throw it into the creek.
Sometimes the communication between departments is hard, and yeah. I'll say, doing this job, nothing beats finger food. You know, a good old sandwich or a couple slices of pizza. The mid-season towards like high traffic part of the season, when I don't want to stop moving, sandwich and pizza, man, that keeps me going. Keep cruising around. I can operate the cat, take a bite of sandwich, put it in my lap. Yeah. odd reason, it's the spicy hummus. It'll really keep me going. Make like a meat, cheese, and hummus sandwich with the spicy hummus in there. Like a little bit of barbecue sauce. Ooh, that's good. That's good stuff, man. That is good stuff. Still watching this, thank you very much. We're going to keep going here a little bit longer. incredible big digger or something, but I come up on it later and like, oh, it's just a flat area. That's just the light play. It was just weird. external battery, but just want to make sure. Off our left side here, there's a snow gun sitting right under it, just pasting one of the chairs right now. That lift isn't going to run for a while, so hopefully the chair's got a little bit of time to melt off, but not the best. It's alright, it's not one of the chairs that's open, so.
They said they would, so if they make it till 5, I'll call them again if they're not down here, because there was one just up by the super connector, and I don't know where he went. Yeah, this road down here by Tower 3 is getting buried pretty bad, and I got out just to try to get it unburied, and I'm soaking wet now, so I've got to wait till this gun's shut off before I can remove a couple pieces of bamboo and actually have somewhere to put the snow. Yeah, copy that.
Need to groomers on No Name Alley below the Super Connect load.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, we're gonna be coming on down there right now to kill those guns for ya.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Just see that line of Starlink satellites? That was pretty neat.
Well, I wish. I've only seen it once, but it's kind of hard to see something in the plume of a snow gun.
Yeah, understandable. Alright, going back to 9.
Thank you, Pete.
There's a guy that owns the Starlink satellites as our new religious leader.
Over in Alamo Fairplay?
I heard Musk is going to be like the next god known to the world. He's going to control everything.
He's trying. He's getting in politics now. See what happens.
Did a second recall on the Cybertruck and pulled 2,400 of them off the street for recalls.
They should have just left them on the road.
Yep, I agree. And the first recall was for the gas pedal sticking full throttle. They recalled all of them for that one.
Frankie, I don't think that vehicle has a gas pedal. You beat me to it. What do you call it though? Just an accelerator pedal? What would be the correct name for it?
Would be correct, the accelerator.
copy that. We haven't done anything down Kingsway either, just because I mean all this stuff was lit up.
Yeah, copy that. No big deal.
Frankie, you can just practice doing a nice horseshoe bend right there. Don't worry about doing a backup.
Copy.
Left side.
On it.
This rope line is so infuriating. What are you gonna remove half of it? You just gonna cut it in the middle and take out the boot you want?
Just downhill right by the tower, that's the end of the boot. I was gonna grab that boot that has the rope end on it and then just walk it up to where it's hanging and just kind of put it in that narrows is what I was thinking. But you gotta be careful about filling that creek in because it will clog and flood.
Yeah, copy that. You got a copy?
That for me, Dylan.
I copy that. That gun over there on Dyersville is turned off, so if you guys, or Trigby's Dyersville split there, if you want to go over there and till that out, feel free. I'm sure Steve and I can till the gully down from the Super Connect to the Beaver Run.
Copy that. Right side as we go up here, Frankie. it's still going though. Frankie, I'm gonna take a quick pause right here and step out before we head over to eat.
Copy that.
Yeah, it looks like it's still going. It is